Morning, everybody. Hey, everyone, Lazy Ben. Quickly get the notes up. See where we're at. Done. Delete brush instances, not done. Compile brush into game data, not done. Bitwilder, hey, how's it going? I'm doing alright, thank you. Plodding along, working on this stuff. Bit of a sore neck, but apart from that, I'm alright. Delete brush instances. We haven't actually done that. That's probably what we should do. Yesterday I was working on something off stream that I should probably finish. I need to find out where it is. What was it called? This thing called index and ref, a little utility. Where you give it an array and it gives back the index and the reference. So you don't have to do stuff like this all the time. So problem with this I found is that it takes a stamp of the array at the beginning. So if you modify the array inside it, this thing becomes out of date. It's worth keeping it. Put it down here. And then we'll do for index ref like that. Put that in the common macros. With the other for loop stuff. You just can't modify the array inside of itself. Inside of looping over itself. In Bossy, whoa, how's it going? You alright? Okay, so I'm just gonna do a build, check in, and then we're gonna move on to deleting brush instances. We shouldn't take very long. And then after deleting brush instances, we need to compile brush instances into game data, which might take a little bit longer. Oh yeah, cool. What did you do? So deleting. So that's tick board panel. Content paint mode. In here somewhere. Tick focused content. So it'll be here somewhere. Grep fuzzy finder. By just using the shell. Ah. Nice one. Well done. Sounds awesome. Using Unix tools. Sounds good. Well done. Awesome. Man, I have to say I don't know hardly any of that stuff. I know of Echo. I'm not really a command line person. I don't really know much about it other than what I have to do. But yeah, that sounds awesome. So I'll just do deletions here. Focus content. If window. If canvas. Get input window. Key just down. E key delete. FCF's fuzzy finder. Fires like cat. Which was pretty far. Yeah. Nice orc. Allows you to format different args. Awesome. So are you predominantly Linux Unix user? Or do you do both? So I'm going to push undo redo game board on Windows, but want to be on Linux. Ah, right, okay, cool. Yeah, I did 5 years not quite 5 years, 4 years, 4 and a bit years of Linux at university, because they were just a Linux only campus. Well, it's the computer science department was. There was no Windows at all. So I have used it, but only then. And I've used Linux servers. I've never actually used Windows servers. I've only used Linux servers actually. Other way around for the servers. Okay. So what do we want to do? We want to get. So we need to put something else in this list. We need to clear up out of date brush instance data files. Need to do that. Need to find out which ones are. Need cleaning up. So we need deep remove instance. Got deep find instance. Remove instance. We want a deep remove instance because we want to move it from all of the prefabs as well. Let me press delete. So let's do that. Do bool deep remove instance. Use this for ID. So we're going to do content deep remove instance ID. We might do, if we do that, focus content, empty, is it empty? Reset. Send you what I meant on Discord. Alright, okay. Let's have a quick look. Give me a second. I haven't actually logged into Discord on this computer yet. New computer. All right, awesome. So this is it in action. Going through code and stuff. Yeah, that's really cool. All thumbs up. Awesome. Yeah, today I'm going to need to delete things when I press the delete key. And then after that we're off it. We're off the this game board editor. Apart from bugs and stuff. And we move on to compiling these new content brush instances into actual game data. After that, okay, deep remove instance. So it's a similar thing to this, really. How long I have to stay left until the engine is done? Bit Wielder, hey, welcome back. Once this is out of the way, so these new game brushes that have been made need to become game data, so I can actually load them up in the game. And then I need to clean up. So the brush instances create data files that need cleaning up. So if I delete the brush instance, I need to actually have some mechanism of cleaning up all the data files that are associated with it, like deleting them. Hopefully that'll get done. That'll be finished this week. And there's a few things I might want to do, like copy and paste. So you can just copy and paste prefabs or anything around the level. And then the engine's probably going to be ready to start full production on the game after that, I'd say. So by the end of the month, maybe. And then, you know, we're going to add to the engine as we make the game as well. So they're going to be made together. But that'll be kind of like it ready to start making a game with it properly. Fevers and like, oh, I got a fever. That's rubbish. Well, get well soon. Okay. So this just finds the instance. So we'll just do brush instances. Let's do value remove instance. I'm going to say result is true. Okay, so we need an operator for brush instance. I didn't want to get caught. Ah, yeah. I have a bit sore neck today. Look funny on it. Yeah, so in Bossy, the engine is like nearly ready. Nearly. But you know, as we make the game, there'll be things that I want to do. So it's never really going to be done. And we'll need a good debugging session, you know. Bug smashing. So ID so also what we want to do is we want to say if the result is set, just return as well, because this is recursive, so I don't want to like come back out of here. So we could make this return bool. We could say return true. Return false. That's a bit more confusing, I think, than just setting it. I don't know really, but it's both kind of confusing either way. do this. Yeah, it's good. And there'll be stuff like, there'll be lots of graphics work as well. Because I haven't really spent any time at all on the materials in the game or anything like that. So we will need to build some kind of material. So it's not going to be in a part of the editor, I don't think, unless we absolutely need it to be. Somewhere we can easily add materials in. But the next job after this big update is to do the UI, like the real game UI, the look of it, which is graphics programming really. So we'll probably do it then. We'll build a bit more of a general case material system maybe. Maybe. I haven't really thought too much about it. Okay, cool. So that will remove it, and we'll return true if it removes it. So let's try that out. No, it's launching on the wrong window. Did a Windows update and it like renames Windows. And I have this little hack in to make sure it always launches on the second window, but then it always renames the window. Wherever it is. So we're back to display 1 and 2 now, instead of like what it was before. I think it was like 11 and 12 or something. Once you have a second machine window, oh, no, it's still not working. Once I have a second machine, Windows will not be the primary development OS. Alright, okay. Yeah. There we go. So, if we select these barrels and press delete, push it into a redo state, and then we call deep remove instance. Which is value remove. Returns true. So that should be gone. The barrel should be gone. Which I should be able to undo that. Yeah, there we go. That should just work for everything. Grass blade, yeah, maybe let's have a look for a grass blade. A grass blade's a little bit different because it will probably won't be able to do it. I do want to actually oh, it's not showing the handles for grass blades. So What's going on there? That's a new bug thing. Should be all these little handles appearing. Oh, because the selection layer is wrong. There we go. So if I delete the grass blade, it deletes all of them, which is not obviously not what I want. So we need to actually handle it. We need to have like a specialist case. For grass, but just a general specialist case, because there might be new content in the future that also needs to be deleted a different way. So it's just going to delete the entire instance. What we need to do is delete something inside an instance. So you've got this focus content ID. So we need like some kind of custom deleter, depending on what type of content it is. So it's similar to the draw focus content, really. You want to delete focus content because grass is treated differently here as well. So we want delete content. It doesn't have to be, well, yeah, it kind of has to be focused because we're passing this intersection candidate, which is to do with focusing. And when we're actually calling it, maybe this should be focus content if we can get away with that. What is this type? Focus content. So draw focus content. This should actually be focused content. Yeah, same here. All right, get rid of these compile errors. Okay, so I need to set this up now. So where were we? Tick focused content here. So we're going to need to basically do this type of thing again. So we'll just default it. That's the default case. This is just, oops, delete focused content. So this code path just allows us to specialize how we delete something. If we don't specialize it, we just do the default one. So for grass, let's just see if we end up here. I need to just bring my monitor up a bit. It's a little bit low. And do something with this. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay. So if I press delete now, we end up here instead. So auto grass data equals instance get data grass content data, and then for auto grass and grass data grasses. So we just need to basically find the grass cell and delete it. So auto cell grass cells. Find first, and the test is going to be that the arg ID is equal to the focus content ID. I think. So we need to do grass cells value remove cell so a grass cell. Oh no, that's fine, we can say and then standard ranges sort grass. These have to be sorted. I think they're sorted by less. I'll have to check that. That's when we do the content painter for grass. Content painter for brushing grass. Nope, it's wrong one. Content painter for brushing grass, which is that one. What are we doing? Calling add cell. Well, we're actually just not even sorting them. We're just doing cell contains. That's fine, don't need to sort it then. What's happened there? So that should just delete an individual grass blade. And then actually need to delete grass blades under the brush as well. So we'll do that next if this works. Yeah, there we go. Interesting enough to do that, it goes back to, it selects the whole thing. Oh, we need to do focused content. We need to actually so I'm going to say if handled focused content reset. Else if deep remove instance reset, like that. So we'll delete one at the front so we can just see it go. Brilliant, okay. We can move it, can we move it? Oh, we can't move it either. We can move it from here. We must have not implemented that. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that next, the moving of the grass blade with the mouse. So this is up here if it has drag. So we want another specialist case. Really? Which we'll call drag candidate. Drag focused content. Like that. So this is drag. Oops. If not handled, drag focus content, that's the default. And for the drag of the grass, it's on grass blade really. So this is cell position. Apart from that is the instance. We just need to know what move mode is. So we could pass that in, I suppose. All right. So this needs to be editor canvas. And this needs to be move mode. It's almost the same, it's just that we want to do it on the grass blade rather than on the entire brush instance. Alright, see if this moves the grass blade. There we go. And we'll do the grid. Brilliant. Okay. So now what we want to do is brush, delete grass blades with the brush. I want to also check that we can delete normal alpha windows. So if I paint it in with the left click, and then if I hold shift, I can paint it out again. Now I want to do this for grass as well. If I hold shift, it just adds it in. It just always adds it in, it never removes it. Okay. Okay, so this would be in Content Painter for grass, for brushing grass. I've got add cell there. We've got this to delete thing here. What's that doing? Let's get the cells, get the hash. If it contains the hash result, return, because we've already got a blade there. Otherwise it just deletes any cells. What's this doing? If any other cell deletes, if any other cell intersects this cell, it deletes it. So we want basically a remove cell as well, which is almost the same. And then what we want to do is we want to say is removing equals canvas, get input window. Left mouse button, key down, shift key. With the shift key, so it's like if is removing else, we just call remove cell. Get rid of all that. That's what he's saying here. We're getting the cells. I'm getting the cell. So I don't think we need to do any of that. Get the cell hash. Let me just call value remove cell. Hash. Maybe. Let's see them. So if we hold shift down, it should delete in theory. All the grass blades under the brush. Let's make this brush a bit smaller. There we go. It's quite aggressive. I think it's okay though. Can just make the brush smaller if whoops, you want to delete a smaller area. Cool. Alright, so let's just get the notes back up. Wherever they are. Delete brush instances. So compile brush instances into game data. So we can do this one or we can do this one. I'm thinking more this one first. Clear up out of date brush instance data files. So let's have a look at the alpha masks first. So we create these things called alpha masks, and these, as far as I'm aware, don't get deleted. That's the properties. They're not very big. They do definitely need to get deleted. So we'll work in place test. And we'll delete these two. So in editor window, we'll just launch straight into place test. So first thing I want to do is alpha mask. So if I paint in some floor, so if I do this and then save it, it creates place test alpha masks. It'd be nice to see these. What does this actually open with? Photoshop. So do we have is there such thing as a PSD? View PSD file in Windows Explorer. Sage thumbs. Windows 11. I believe I had this installed on my other. My other PC. Doesn't seem to be working though. Doesn't work. It's a shame. Snazzy website. Doesn't work with Windows 11 though. Try it again. It says, please try to download later. Alright, whatever. Okay, so create these alpha files. Now, if I just delete that and save it, those alpha files are still there. So what I need to do now, so this prefab's still empty, is that when we actually load the prefab for the first time, we need to clean it up. So that would be editor asset types, prefab, or game board content construct one. So where do we want to do this? I might actually make it in-game board content. I might actually have a method called clean. So we just do pnew clean like that. So what do we want to do? We want to clean up the alpha masks. Here's the thing we don't know. don't think we know here. Inside itself, its own folder. Where it itself is on disk, which is this path here. So if we look at, where are we? What's this one? Place test. There's nothing in here which is like, this is where you are on the disk. Probably means that we can't really call clean. Well, we do have a get path, I think. So let's do auto path equals cc content cache 2 get path that takes an ID, which I assume is just this ID. Let's try that then. Oh, here's the thing, it won't actually be added in yet into the content cache because we're calling it from the content cache before it's a chance to add itself in, I think. So it might not work. Yeah. So we could possibly change how this works. We could add it in before we construct one. So we call construct one and then we append the asset on if there is a content ID. Do we have remove asset? No, I don't think so. So we could have clean, and then in private we could have void clean internal, where you pass in the path. And then friend struct that in-game board content. And this calls clean internal the path. And then clean, if it tries to get the path, so we're just going to go, if we can get the path, it's called clean internal with the path. Let's get path return, just a string view, it's not optional or anything. Okay, so we basically want to load all of the files in this path. One second. So it'd be like tier 8 asset path, asset files, and then we'll do recursive TW recursive file iterator into array, the asset files, and the path. This is actually a file path, so I don't know if that's going to work. I'll try it anyway. Does this work? We could just do this. We could do it one at a time. Do we want to do that? No, we don't really want to do it one at a time. I don't think. No into arrays of that. Do we do it with any other ones? Seems to be all with literals, you know. Maybe it doesn't work when it's not a literal. Should be fine. It doesn't work with temporary, maybe. Maybe it's that it needs to be T asset path. That's probably what it is. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So this gets us all of the files, which there aren't any. Yeah, so it doesn't work if there's a file name. So we need to do directory is path, get directory, path, remove file name. You know, it'd be nice to actually maybe get it working on a, so you don't have to actually pass a directory into it. Just automatically picks the directory out of it. So 68 of them. No, we're just removing the extension. I'm going to say 68 is quite a lot. Seven. So they're the alpha masks that actually need removing. So we have prefab instances as well. Maybe they should belong in the level. In here, prefab instances. Maybe that would be a good place to put it rather than here. So it'd be like place test prefab instances. Okay, so let's get prefab instances in the right place. So it's to do with, so if you want to, we'll add this prefab in. And then when we click that button, when we say make independent, it makes a prefab instance file. So where would that be? So if you just search for make independent, here it is. So the path, the level's level. We need to get the path of the instance ID, I think. prefab file path. Well, does the brush have the source file in it? What are we even wanting to get? We need to put a breakpoint there and see what we actually have. We need to know the file that we're working on right now. So like place desktop prefab in this case. So it could be in the game board editor. No, is it in iEditor? iEditor. Here it is, iEditor current path. Okay, so we're going to go current path equals editor get current path, and then we're going to go current path equals current path dot path remove extension current path. What does that return? String view, so we can't do that. Auto current stem. And this is current stem. And we don't need separate folders there either. And maybe rather than do a new ID, we could mix the stem with, no, current ID is probably the best thing to do. So if we add one of these brushes in, okay, make it independent. Okay. So we'll do that, and then that will have created actually now in the prefab itself, prefab instances. Yeah. So now when we, oops, let's reload it and delete that. Oh, we didn't even save it, so it is deleted effectively. So now I have a bunch of other missing, other out of date files. So we've got the alpha masks and the prefab instances, and they're both not used anymore. So what we need to do is we need to go through and get this part of the file name. So we need to remove the file name and get the last. So the directory is path, remove file name, the asset file, path, and then first or last is path, get last directory. And what that should be is whether it's a alpha mask or whether it's prefab instance. Oh dear. So this is it's got alpha masks. Alpha masks, yeah, cool. Prefab instances. So we're going to say if last is equal to alpha masks, do something else. If last is equal to prefab instances, do something else. So if it's equal to alpha masks, what do we want to do? We need to do we just need to check that. So if we're loading place test, we need to look for sprite windows and check that it exists. That file actually exists in one of the sprite windows. So we need to go for auto content. In brush instances, so it's, we'll say instance. In brush instances where well, we'll just go through it and we'll say if auto content equals instance, I don't know, get data, where it's sprite window content data. Whoops. Like that. And that should have in it alpha masks. If data masks contains so it's actually find first, and the test is arg path equals asset file path. Okay. So we'll do bool operator whoops. Just say turn file equals other. So if we find it, so your bool is dirty, is false, is true, it is dirty. I'm just going to say it's dirty, is false, break. Then we're going to say so we can do this here really. We can say if is dirty file delete set file path. So that will delete all of the TGA files anyway. Prefab instances, right. So we actually need to know, we need a file with a prefab instance in it. So let's just run this. It should have actually gotten rid of alpha masks, and it got rid of prefab instances, but we didn't actually test it. So let's put in a prefab instance. That's going to clean it. Should have saved it. Did it save it? Oh, it works on the prefab instance as well. That's good. We'll save that. Okay, so prefab content data, and there we go. We got those two things. So what we want to do is we want to actually test for prefab content data. We're going to actually get the data out as prefab content data. So auto data prefab content data. If not data, continue. And then we want to go if data content push paths equals asset file.path or data is dirty is false. Let's do that. So this shouldn't actually delete these prefab instances because they are in the level. So we've got two. The prefab instance and the brush instance. So it didn't delete either of them, which is great. So now let's actually delete it. Or just revert. If we revert and save. Oh, it just puts loads of junk in. Okay. Should still actually work. Just with a load of junk. Okay, so we have a bug there with the revert. But that works, that's fine, that's good. So the revert. It just calls release on the string. And then when it goes to save it, it just saves. Okay. Might be actually a bug in the serializer that. Should just be able to release a string and it just saves nothing. Oh, it is junk. So what does release do then? That's weird. Feeling I'm gonna have to turn off that JMC to find this out. Look, it's deleted a bunch of unused alpha masks, which is awesome. Revert. So that put junk in it. So it freed it, and it called 0. Oh, it's putting fresh tag in the buffer. So setting the beginning and the end to be the buffer, top to be the buffer, fresh tag in the buffer. That's not quite right then. You have to do buffer 0, 0. Oh. Hopefully that sorts out. Okay. Revert. There we go. That's it. So if I save that, there we go. Going back to being not Chinese characters, which is good. And then we do have, let's see what we have in prefabs. Place test prefab instances. We don't have anything in there, which is awesome. So what I actually want to do, what would be a good idea, is we will see how this so what happens if you have a prefab that contains a prefab? And then we make that prefab that contains the prefab independent. So we'll go do this. I'll put 2 in just so we can distinguish. Like this. And what's this then? Okay, that's confusing. Let's start again. I had a handle there with nothing attached to it. So we do this, and then we saved it, and then we made independent, and then we saved it, and then we reverted, saved it, and it goes away. Okay, that is a bug. Right, I'm gonna make a bit more coffee, have a 2-minute break, and then we'll tackle that bug. Back in 2 minutes. I wonder what's causing that then. So when we revert, it's happening on the revert, isn't it? So it's there. What is it pointing? Maybe it's pointing to. So it is there. Prefab brush ID. Prefab brush ID is obviously not being rendered or loaded. Contents brush instance random prefab content not coming in. No brush. Brush ID. There's no brush for it. So when we revert then, we're not setting the brush back to be the original one. I wonder. Content prefab brush ID. The independent instance ID. Is equal to, do we have the brush? Yeah, we need to set this to what the back to the old brush ID. Which is the instance ID. Content brush instance brush ID. So it's the instance brush ID. See if that works. Okay. So paint that in. Make independent. Save. Revert. Save. Ooh. So it's the save. The revert seems to work. And that causes a crash when I try and undo it. So some data problem there. It's definitely to do with when I'm deleting those files. So if we go do that, and then we save it, they're the same. Prefab instance ID, they're the same. So the brush ID and the prefab brush ID are the same, which is correct. And then when we make independent, we save it. Oh, we just don't change the prefab brush ID. Oh, look, the brush ID needs to go back to the prefab brush ID. That's what it is. So it's the other way round. Yeah, that's what it is. So when we revert, there we go. When we save that, back to the same. Perfect. Okay, so let's go back to what I was going to do. We'll just put 2 of these in there. And then create a new prefab. New prefab, dot prefab. And new layer in there. And then I want to grab this. And then I want to break this to its independent parts, which is there and there. And then save that. So new prefab has prefab instances in it. So what happens if I do this and I make that independent, and then I save it, disappears. So what has we got there? Make independent. So it creates basically this now as an independent instance. And if I make that independent, it creates more. And then when I save it, it's gonna disappear for some reason. And then when I do that, it creates more. So I wonder if this has to be recursive. I think that's maybe what it is. So when we do the game bar content clean, we're just going through brush instances. Prefabs could contain prefabs, you see, and they will have in their independent content data, right? So this is a recursive thing. So auto run is dirty. Well, we won't capture anything. We'll just say game bar content. Which kind of has this in it. So this would just be run is dirty equals run this. That returns bool. It's gonna call itself, so return false, return true. So I'm going to say if data prefab instance path auto next equals cc get game bar content data prefab instance path. Return self on next. So we're just checking for the asset file. Okay, so that's quite a little bit more complicated. So what does this look like? It's prefab content data with nothing in it. What is asset file path? So we open back up. New one. We make that independent. Then when we save that, we've got an independent prefab now. There we go. So it's returned false. It's not dirty. And then when we make that independent, we'll save that. The next one. Not sure about that. Returns false. So it's not dirty, which is good. I think that's correct. So we were managing to save it. Oh, it did disappear, that one again. I'm going to split the other one up. Oh. Okay. So that works. We make 2 independent prefabs. That doesn't work. It would really help if I had IntelliSense, which I do not, unfortunately. Here's some. That's weird. Oh yeah, so it knows about itself yet. So this is the brush instance. Ah. So this doesn't have any prefabs in it. I don't think. Sound, framed animation, cloth. Okay, let's go back again. Right, let's just... So there's 2 in there as well. In place test. Hang on. Let's just go back. Oh no, we do want 2 in there. Do we want 2 in there? I'm a bit confused. Hang on. Let's go again. So only one of those is loading up in place test. So let's start again. So, place test. We'll put in 2 prefabs, and then in new prefab, put in place test. So we'll break that down, and that creates this prefab instance. It's because the breakpoint is like inside the lambda. Okay, so what I want to do here is just do something like put the breakpoint there instead. Just means I can't get, you know, what the outer scope is doing. So new prefab, should be nothing dirty in there. We're doing it again for some reason. Okay. So let's open up new prefab. So we make that independent and we save it. So we've got 1 independent prefab in there. Not day. Not day. So what does place test prefab look like? It's still there and there. So new prefab, it's got two different types. It's got this whole thing's been made independent, and now that thing has been made independent. If we make this independent, we save it, all of them are being used. So that is being used. So I wonder actually what it is this needs to come first. Leave it just returned for now. I don't think it is return. I do think we need to step back somehow to the new prefab. So I'm going to load that one up. And now it's got two brush instances. So this shouldn't have any prefabs in it at all. So that'll return it if it'll return that it's dirty. If there's no prefab content data. So result is equal to false. We return the result. And result equals that. No, that's not right. So if it has no prefab content data in it, we have to return false, I think. So it would be try that. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what we do here. Maybe that. Okay. So it has prefab content. So we're going to go to the next one. This has prefab content. So we're going to go to the next one. This one shouldn't have prefab content. So this is not dirty. So it returns false. Not dirty. So I think possibly we don't even need this check. So it loads it. Maybe. Calling it over and over again for some reason. Okay. So we make that independent and we save it. Place test. Oh, we're in the wrong blooming thing. We need to be in new test. Maybe I'll do that because I'll keep forgetting. Editor window. What's it called? New prefab. A type. So we're in new prefab now. It has both two independents. So if we revert, we should at least delete a couple of these files. Yeah. So this has two. One of them should be instanced. The other one should not. Which is correct. So this is instanced. So we're just going to return false and we're not going to check the second instance. Here's the thing that we do actually need to be testing it against. Ben Trees. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. Hope you're alright. Hope I pronounced your name right. Let us know if not. I'm just trying GP5 codecs. What's that? What's GP5 codecs? Let us know. What's going on here then? It's a thing called full HTML web pages for you. Can be anything from games for work. Oh yeah, nice one. Yeah, I hope you're having fun. Sounds good. What type of things are you making with it? Or are you just like literally trying it out? Just trying it out. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. GP5 codecs. GPT-5 codecs. Oh, nice. Yeah, man, that sounds cool. So we've kind of got this wrong a little bit. What are we actually trying to do? We just want to go through all the prefabs and see. So it kind of is this way around, really. Okay. So the new prefab. Let's have a look then. Has one instance in it. Okay, that's what we're testing out for that. And then testing another brush instance. Let's turn this NAT JMC back on. And now for testing for prefab instance. Does it have this prefab instance in it? See if the next one does. Which it does. Then JMC, and I will do that after this. Interesting. Kind of hard to wrap my head around. So this one references this 585 prefab, and the 585 references 235, and 235 is just a straight up level or a prefab. But then it also references 322, which is an actual prefab. So let's make a note of this. So that references, so new references that, and that references 585, references that one. And 235 is just a normal thing. So the missing ones is 953. So 953 is not referenced anywhere. 585 and 235 are. So it needs to delete 953. So let's go and see what it does. So 585 is going to test, which is this one, which it does need. So this shouldn't be dirty. There we go. And that's another 585. This is 235, which is that one, which it does need. Shouldn't be dirty. Another 235. Now it's going to be 953, so it can delete this one. It can delete this one. Two brush instances in it. 235, 322. So this one doesn't have any prefabs in it. So it's not going to check the next one. Okay. So Carlos, hey, how's it going? Hope you're all right. What we do need is we do need to do this dirty thing, I reckon, rather than make it return a bool. So get rid of all these Boolean things. So we say it's dirty by default. We're just going to say if is dirty, return. And then we're going to say is dirty is true, is false even. And then that just calls self like that. Yeah, good. I'm doing all right as well. I am stuck in the horrible land of recursion at the moment. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. So I'm just writing a little routine that cleans up all of the data files that aren't needed by any particular level. Because obviously, like when you're painting stuff into the level, it's creating data files and things. And then if you delete it out of the level, you might not need those data files because it's been deleted. It's been deleted in the level. Any data files that thing that was deleted needed also have to get deleted. So I'm just working on that. Right. So we're testing for 585, which is this one, which we do need. You're making a garbage collector. It's a garbage collector for files on disk, I suppose. Yeah, that's it. Not for RAM. Files on disk. So like when I like draw, say, some floor in, it creates alpha masks, and the alpha masks are just textures that it has to save somewhere. So it saves them here in. But then if I was to delete the floor out of the level, it needs to delete all these off the disk as well because it doesn't need it anymore. So that's what I'm doing. The alpha mask one's straightforward. That was this one here. The prefabs are a bit more complicated because prefabs can contain other prefabs. You know what I mean? So it needs to be a recursive check. If not is dirty. Still waking up. Yeah, it's alright. Me too, actually. Quite tired today. Okay. So it's 585, which we do need. So it is dirty. It isn't dirty even. The next one is also a 585. The next one is 235, which is used by, so these are like the prefab instance IDs. So 235 is used by 585, so it needs it. So it needs to load that prefab up, that game bar content up, and check in there. It's not dirty, so it returns. So this one is 235 as well. This one is 953. So 953 is missing from the level data, which means it doesn't need to be there. So we should work out that we can delete this. So it's first going to load 585 up. And 585 contains 235 and 322. It's going to load up 235. 235 doesn't actually have any in prefabs in. So now it's going to test 322, which is not an instance. So there, I think there we go. We've worked out that it is dirty, so we can delete it. So that seems to work. Spent last night reading some lovely nighttime reading. File management with Win32, yeah. Nice. Some nice cozy reading, that. Mock asset pack using text files. Ah, right, yeah, cool. Just to learn how it works exactly, yeah, no, it's good that you're doing it, for sure. I'm only joking. Mock asset pack. Yeah, so you mean combine text files into one file? Yeah, cool, yeah. Verify that I'm doing it right since I can just open the text file. Yeah, that's good, yeah. Yeah, so all of my editor files are just raw text. So I can just look into them and modify them directly from the text file. And then the next step, actually, once I've got this deleting unused content thing sorted, the next step in the asset pipeline is to compile these brush instances that I've been making into game data, which is that when it goes from text file to binary. Yeah, is that YAML? No, it's just my own text format. It's kind of similar, or like Python or something. It's just for data, so these are like arrays. So there's 9 brushes, and the brushes are of type content brush instance. So this would be one. And then if I follow this line down, you see the next one. Content brush instance, content brush instance. And then these are like the members of the... And then, you've got like... It's all kind of nested. But like the engine generates these files and it can load them. Can read them and write them, and I just look at them and modify them if I'm not debugging stuff, Coffee, all right, yeah, enjoy. So let's stress this out a bit then. So revert that. Whoops. Then if we save this, it deletes the 2. And then if we revert that, it deletes that 1. Make independent, save. Make independent, save. Okay, so if I revert that, what does that do? That leaks it. But it's not a leak really, so what I should do is I do this. It should delete basically everything. Yeah. Great. So let's stress it out even more. Do new prefab. Prefab. So this is a prefab within a prefab within a prefab. Do we ever use file mapping? No, not really. No, I'll just load everything into memory. But yeah, it'd be good. It'd be good to write like a little file mapping test thing. But I tend to. So the editor is just files. So you're just opening files off disk. And they're not mapped out. They're just loaded and then messed about with and then saved again. And then the game loads entire levels at once. So it's like a big load, just so, because it has to get decompressed and stuff as well. So it's like a read from the disk and then a decompress. And then it has to load it all into the types. To minimize the amount of that, I'll just do it once for every level that you go into. And a level can contain multiple rooms, so it's not like one of these. So the kind of hierarchy is like prefab, and then prefabs make rooms, and then multiple rooms are the level. And they all get saved together into one file, one binary file. A lot of audio music is streamed now because of SSDs. Yeah, I do stream audio. I do that. But again, it's not streamed off disk, I don't think. It's streamed, it's loaded in a compressed format into RAM, and then as it's playing the audio, it's decompressing chunks, handing it over to the audio buffer, and the audio buffer's playing it, and it's streaming it that way. If you know what I mean. Right. So this is going to have let's open this. So we want basically 2 of place testing here. And then this one is going to have one of those in it. So that's all one prefab. So let's have a look at, so if we break this into make independent, it makes that one and that one. And then we want to make that independent. And then that independent. Ooh, look, there we have a problem. Okay. So let's go back. That one and that one's fine. Okay, so we'll save that. And the code will have malloc. All right, yeah. What I would say with virtual alloc is it works different to malloc. It's a different thing. They're not equivalent. So virtual alloc is page allocation. So you can only you can allocate only a minimum of 4K with virtual alloc. Even if you ask for 2 bytes, it'll give you 4K. So what malloc does is it gets 4K and then gives you 4 bytes off that, or 2 bytes off that, and then if you ask for another 2 bytes, it doesn't call virtual alloc again. It just gives you two bytes off that original 4K. So they're not equivalent, so it's probably why. Yeah, malloc calls virtual alloc, but not every time you call malloc. It'll call it once occasionally. Yeah. Yeah, so you'll call virtual alloc to allocate pages of your heap. So malloc will have its own heap, which will get pages as it needs to. But then it will carve those pages up into individual mallocs for you. Aren't most people using arenas? Arenas, yeah, so it depends on the strategy you need. Arenas are really, really fast at mallocing, or calling it, giving you memory, but they don't have the same level of granularity with reuse of memory or freeing. So you can't free individual chunks of memory with arenas. You have to free the entire arena, or you have to know that you're freeing the arena to a specific point. Whereas you can just call free with a general purpose heap and it will just free that individual block of memory. So yeah, use arenas where you can, because they are quick to allocate, but they don't have the same free capabilities as a heap does. I have both, depending on what you need. Yeah. So when you're loading your WAV file, that could just be done on a normal heap probably. And then once you've processed it and you need to free it again, you could just free it and give it back to the heap, all that memory. But you couldn't do that with an arena. You'd have to keep it around until you were ready to free the entire arena, Yeah, if you are spending some time learning some more programming fundamentals, try and write a heap. That's a really good exercise. You'll learn a lot about coding. A lot about memory anyway, writing a heap. It's good. Good exercise. Oh yeah. That's why programming's awesome, because there's so much it's just an endless voyage of learning. Right. So we had a problem there. To actually isolate precisely what happened and when. Okay. So what we want is to load new prefab. it was all lowercase actually. So it was so that is all of the prefab, and that is those particular ones. Oh, interesting, it still moves everything as if they were linked as well. I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe you do. We'll have to see. So when I make that independent, and then made that independent, that broke. That is highlighting that one. That one's not highlighting anymore. Okay. Woozex. Hey. That 2024 temporary comment. Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking that the other day. Yep. Yeah, you can talk, Sukelis, you can talk to me about it, no problem. I enjoy it. I enjoy talking about all that stuff. Eyes glaze over. Web devs. Yeah, I suppose they don't think about that type of stuff, probably. Cursive placeholders, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's temporary as in, temporary is the wrong phrase, in it. I just turn this off. If I turn this off, it doesn't load anything, which is the default case. So now it will just boot into the editor with nothing loaded. Like that. But I'm often like working on specific things and just want to quickly, immediately load something. So that's why that's there. But yeah, the comment's ridiculous. Woo's X, I hope you're alright. I hope you're okay. Welcome. So there's a little bug to do with breaking apart prefabs that I'm going to have to investigate. So I've already broken this prefab up. So this is the prefab, and it contains other prefabs. I've already broken it up into that part and that part. If I break this one up into that part and that part, that works. Okay. But then if I break this one to that part and that part, they don't work anymore. Look, that is highlighting that one up there. So that, what is going on there? That is weird. That is weird. Right, I'm just gonna have to nip to the loo because I'm drinking way too much coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes time. Ellis, I'm still not gonna stop drinking it though. But yeah, I agree. You can never have too much coffee. You just need a toilet near you, don't you? And then you can keep drinking it all day. Yeah, so Carlos, in terms of arenas and stuff, so the way it works in this engine is you have an array of int that uses the heap, and then if you do T array of int, that's an arena. And they've all got them, like string, T string, anything. And most of the containers have the T equivalent, which means it's an arena. So you're not actually working really directly with arenas day to day, but you can use types that use them. Right, so what's going on? What's going on? It's like an ID clash or something, it feels like. Right. So it's in intersect content. Intersect content for prefab data. It's an independent instance. So it's in this code here. So it's this is recursive as well. Get intersection candidates. So where's the one where we actually do the handle? Here. What's the input ID? Bounds instance IDs. So it's not there, it's when it gets to here. Alright, there we go. So this has recursed itself into here. So we've gone intersect content prefab data, independent instance. So this should be .578, right? 578.prefab instance. So if we open up new prefab, this is this. So we're in new prefab right now, looking at 578. So now we're going to open up new prefab, which is this one. No, now we're going to load up 578. Which is this one. Not the brush though, the prefab. And this points directly to two prefabs of the same ID. brush ID. So when we're putting these input boxes in, what are we using? The instance ID 430. Which is that one. And then, so now we're going to jump, so now we're here, and we're going to jump into get intersection candidate. Miss all this stuff out. So the instance ID now is 207. Which is this one. And this is just literally points to a prefab brush. It's not instanced. So this goes to default. So the bounds is wrong. Oh, that's the draw, that's okay. The input ID is instance position plus offset. So it's 11.8 it says. So 477. Just test prefab, I believe. .477 is prefab data 322. Hang on, let's go back. So we're in 207 now, which is this one. And that points to prefab brush ID 475, which is not an instance, it's actually prefab. So it's actually a brush, isn't it? So compiled brushes 475, which is the place test prefab. Yeah. .207. .475. This is 477 there. So 207. So we're intersecting on 207. Which is there. And then we're going to find the prefab 475. Three, two, two. I'm getting a bit confused there. So it's going 207. .475, so it's loaded 475 up, which is the actual brush there. So that's what it's passing, and the ID is 452. It says the ID is 452 for the prefab instance path. Oh, it's opened 697 up. Okay. Assets, levels. That's where I was going wrong. 697 up. Which has nothing in it. Five two six nine seven. 52697. Oh, it's the brush. I'm looking at the wrong blooming thing. Assets. Spoke. It's that one. Okay, cool. So the prefab is 452. Yeah. And they both point to 322. Prefab brush ID 322. Okay, let's try and find that. Not there. There's not a brush called 322 anywhere. In the entire of assets. Apart from there, why isn't it? It's not actually search recursively. Wait, it must do. That's weird. Okay. So 322 is test prefab. Yeah. So now it's just going to load up test prefab. Three, two, two. Both of them are 322. So test prefabs. Okay, so it's to do with the. It's an ID clash. That's what it is. Because they're both pointing to brush 322. I think. So the input ID comes from the instance ID. It's not because that's 847. Prefab. So we've got 8477 and 5161. So let's step back up. Okay, so I think what we need to do is just go through this. So it's selected them both because they're both going green. It's both going yellow, so it must be an ID clash. It must be. Okay, so we're just going to step through now. So we just want instance ID really. 430. And we're going to 578. Going to that one. Prefab ID 282. 161477. It's here 161477. So let's try this one again. Okay, so this is 477 again. So that must be the actual clash there. Yeah, you alright?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'll try.
No, nice one. Yeah, nice one. So in 697. So in 578. Let's get rid of these brush files. So 161477. 697. They have two different brush IDs. 161477. That's it. That's the ID clash right there. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. So both these prefab, so not that one, but this one has an ID of 161 and 477, and this one, oh, I must have deleted. 697. So this has 161 and 477, and this one also has 161 and 477. That is the problem. They're exactly the same file. Currently they are. Right. And this makes the input box based on the instance ID. So I kind of probably need to make this a bit easier for myself, render out the instance ID as well. Of prefab instances. So let's turn that JMC back on. So I'll have to step through all that code. Prefab draw content. So we need to find out where we are actually. Where we can draw this. Not anywhere here, I don't think. An intersect content then. When it's independent instance, we can do it. So here. That's great, thank you. So it's content prefab instance path. So we're going to do some temporary drawing. Canvas. Draw string. Draw string in world. So we have that. We don't, so I'll have to so the font, canvas, get LCD font, get text LCD font. Oh no, get font, get text font. Font size, canvas, get font size, and then so we're going to go font size, text will be helpers format TW string. Prefab instance path, or just instance really. Instance ID. Strike white with a black background. Position. Where's position gonna be? Bounds.xy, I presume, or bounds.center. We'll just do this. See what this shows then. Oh, just drawing them all up there because it's we need to draw it in world space. So it's canvas world 2 pixels. Okay. There we go. So it hasn't drawn it here. They are both independent instances. It only draws it after it's been... I think what I actually want to do is draw it when it's not independent. So in the default path. There we go. So they share the same ID. And they share the same ID. What do they have that's different? They literally have nothing they have nothing that is different. I mean, they're obviously in different positions. Can't make IDs out of positions though, because I'm gonna, you know, you can move this around. Yeah, so as soon as all these have got different IDs, it will work. So we kind of need, really, a parent ID. If we pass the parent ID in, we could hash that in with the ID to get a proper ID. So the parent ID would be 435. That'd be 207. All right. What does that mean though? That means changing all of these to accept a parent ID. I could possibly so independent instance goes and it goes to call. Yeah, here's the thing with the intersection candidate as well. That just uses the instance ID. We might need a more complicated instance ID, really. Yeah, so there's two things that need to change. The input box, when we generate the input box, that needs to be a unique ID. And that needs to be a unique ID as well. So I think like the instance itself needs some kind of rolling hash parent IDs. So when we do make independent, we need to set the independent instance ID in instance as well. I think that's what we need to do. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, so Kellis, if you ever want to talk about coding, I love it. Just let us know. Anything, like, even if it's super simple, I don't mind at all. So what I'm thinking is that the instances need also the independent instance ID as well. Yeah, no problem. Anytime though, because you're saying you couldn't find it hard to talk about it with people. And no problem, like, I'm open to anything like that. Basic read for now. Yeah, cool, yeah. Yeah, it's slightly more involved, I think, than using the standard library or C++. You just have to read the documentation, really. Standard stream, IF stream, yeah. Debugging shade is just a pain, yeah. Do you use Pix? Have you tried Pix before? Or if you're using, I don't know, Pix might only be a DirectX thing. RenderDoc is a one that will work with Vulkan as well. They're really, really good shader debuggers. But yeah, it is a pain. Yeah, so I think the way to solve this is instance needs an independent instance ID. Or just a parent ID. Like that. It's not really a parent ID. It's like it's a rolling hash, essentially. Rolling hash. What do we call this? Default hash U64. Is that right? No. Default seed. Using RenderDoc, yeah, cool. Just got to code some hot loading for the shader module, yeah. Yeah, that's really handy, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, this engine's got hot loading of shaders. Which is nice. Especially when you're like doing really like A/B in kind of like tiny little changes in the way something looks. It's nice to just be able to just do it really, really quick. This is actually a rolling hash. And that's just basically whenever we create a new whenever we do this where we make it something independent, we have to do like instance.rolling hash hash 64 instance.rolling hash with data independent instance ID, I think. Used to hate reading MS docs. Yeah, they're okay, I think. Some parts of it they don't really explain very well. Most of the time I've been okay. I've been okay with it. Just don't like the format, yeah. I also they have a big GitHub where they have a lot of examples as well of things. So I often use that and I'll get some actual working examples and step through the code that they've written. Yeah. I think they tend to be like, they do have a little, they have the signature, don't they? And then they have what each argument does, and then they have like a remarks section. And the remarks section's always a thing that I end up needing to know, really. Dig around for the functions, yeah. And it's so massive as well, that's another thing. If you actually don't really know what you need to find, it's kind of hard. You know what you want to do, but you don't know how to do it. That's kind of hard. Don't mind the massive. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just from the point of view of like, I need a function to do this. I need a function to return me the default page size of virtual alloc. And then just going to try and find that is quite hard. Yeah. I've not looked at the Godot docs before. I'm not sure what they're like. So we make an independent instance ID. So it's not quite that. If we make something independent, we need to basically go through the entire quite complicated, this. Oh, yeah, cool. Where's the actual list of our class reference? There we go. All classes. Yeah. No user contributed notes, I don't think, on MSVC either, is there? Thing is, it's a bit difficult for me to be impartial because I've been looking at these for so many years. I mean, like, it is much more complicated, isn't it? So they've got the little... So what have they got? What it inherits from. Provide parameters for the physics direct space 2D's method. The description and properties. The animation method. The animation player, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this because this is like C. That you can't. It doesn't have methods, does it really? Yeah, best written, not always. Yeah. Yeah, I understand what you mean. It has this list of methods, which is nice. and properties. The thing is, because this is C, it's not doesn't have methods or properties, does it? It's just like one thing. Yeah, and then it's like each thing with a little paragraph of what it is. And then it's got all of the different flags. The return value. And then remarks. This is the remark section I was talking about before. Yeah. It is kind of just more complicated though, isn't it? Like this is hard. This is very much more complicated than Animation Player conceptually. So it's just more wordy, I suppose. Let's do DX12 device or IDX12 device. Something that's not specifically Windows. ID3D12 device. Alright, so this is a class. Does have each method. And then this is the same format as virtual alloc, isn't it? Little examples and stuff. The thing is, this MSVC is absolutely massive. Like, it is definitely much bigger than Godot. So it's the problem I have with it is so big that it's like, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Like, I don't know how to find it. There's no list of everything, I don't think. And if there was, it'd be like hundreds of thousands of different calls. Yeah, the format, not the content. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally mental. For sure. A lot of it is only legacy. Yeah, there's that. A lot of it is backward compatible though. So it is for older systems, but would work on newer systems as well. Maybe all of it. Isn't that one of the Windows things, that absolutely everything works on everything? Everything's backwards compatible. But what you have is 50 years worth of API decisions and API extensions and things. Like, some of that API there is 50 years old. Doing a hardcore for Windows 10. I haven't read anything about that. I think it's still... I just booted all this code up on Windows 11 and it just worked. And it was all using the same stuff as Windows 10. So, like, you know, this it's no longer supporting 10. Ah, that what you mean? Okay, yeah. That's not. They don't mean the API though. That's not what they mean. I don't think for that. What they mean is the operating system. But you could still write code that was still written for Windows 10 will work with Windows 11. But what they're not going to do is provide Windows updates. Like the API's been the same, at least the kernel has been the same since the beginning. Alright, okay, yeah. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Have a good day at work. How are we going to do this then? Let me just check as well. Just break that one up. Break that one up. Break that. That doesn't have an ID clash. So that doesn't suffer from that problem. So like the animated rig, for instance, because it's using the rig ID. It's not using the instance ID. So this is using the instance ID for normal sprite content data, which is just the barrels, but that's not suffering from that same problem. So what is going on there? Okay. Base test. That's what we want. Oops. So if we break that one apart, break that one apart. So they've both got independent instances. So the first one is 9088. And it's, well, 0988 again. So why is it not suffering from the same problem? So I'm going to do the thing where I'm printing out the instance IDs. needs to be below bounds. I'll do it here. So 114372. Ah, look, it is suffering from it. The bug is there. Right. Just hidden, you see, because I didn't move anything. Right. So we actually need this rolling hash thing. Which means we need to take into account everything the prefab it comes from. Right, so let's do instance ID and then instance dot rolling hash. Like that. Okay, so I'm just going to have 2 minutes, nip to the loo, and I'll be back and we'll do that. So all these rolling hashes need setting. Only when we actually make independent, though. So what do? We get the source file and then we write it immediately to a text file. Vanbjerg, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Welcome back. So this new prefab, we need to set all the independent, we need to do all the rolling hashes for it. Finally fixed a lot of decompiler bugs, brilliant. Working swish now, awesome. Working well good. Constant folding, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. One day, hopefully, I can see it. It'd be awesome. So just for the sake of so I'm just going to go game bar content. New prefab. And then we're just going to go read type from text file. New prefab. So the thing is, like, I could just copy it, but I'm just going to do it this way because less bug prone, I suppose. It doesn't depend on if I change game bar content later. Bugs were in fine odds that I needed to do constant folding. Right. That's awesome. Opposite of decompiling highly optimized code. That's nothing like the original. Yeah. Really cool. So then what we want to do is we want to go roll hashes, and then we need to pass a new hash, which is data independent instance ID. I think that is what we need to do. Maybe I can make it generic enough to make it work with his compile. Yeah. Yeah, awesome. Is there any other way we can do this? There must be a better way to do this rather than storing it in state. Because I'm thinking it's going to work fine for these content brushes, but that means everything that is interactable on the game board would need one of these rolling hashes, which means changing it all. I'm going to take it out. It doesn't feel right to do it this way. Decompile also has it in case. Yeah, cool. Plan for the day is need copy propagation. Right. I need to get up to scratch on compiler stuff. Really, I don't really know much of anything about it really. Seems fun though. Ah, right, yeah, okay. Yeah, nice. Nice. Right, okay, cool. So you can just basically do it. Compile it in. Yeah, okay. How do I want to do this? So let's make that independent. Make that independent and save it. We need to hash it with something. Like, I think we probably need to send it in through here. So, here's the thing, like when we actually do something with the intersect candidate, the instance ID could be multiple things now. Yeah. That's why we need this rolling hash in everything. Because then we can check that the grass ID is equal to candidate ID and the rolling hash is equal to the rolling hash. Candidate rolling hash. Yeah, definitely, yeah. That's good skill. That's like, makes you a better programmer, doesn't it? If you can actually structure the problem in your head, even though it's huge, break it down, and then do it bit by bit. Yeah, yeah. Then you kind of develop an intuition to know whether you're doing it right or not as well. You've broken it down in the right places. You develop that intuition. There must be a nicer way to do this. All right. So let's delete that. Save it. And then we'll just work on this one. So intersect content. So we have the prefab it came from, do we not? $553. So the prefab ID is 109. I reckon the prefab ID should turn into the independent instance ID. So we can start off by doing that. So we're just going to go auto new prefab equals prefab. And then we're just going to go new prefab ID is data independent instance ID. And then we will save the new prefab. Set ID. Where else are we calling this? Yeah, we're doing that there as well. So we don't actually need to do that now. Do it there. Okay, when we revert, what do we do? Yeah. So this is 161. Which is actually a brush. Compiled brushes. 5161. Is that correct? ID 5161. Prefab brush ID 3222. Yeah. That brush there. So now when we break it down, and we save it, it's 77777. Which is this one. And it's got the ID 7777 with it, right? That's unique. That is unique. So when we're doing intersect content now, the prefab is 7777 and we're passing that in. As content. Okay, so we actually need to pass content into here. I think that's what we need to do. So game board content. We're not actually passing it in. So we'll begin by doing that. So this actually is game board content, like that. And that also after all of these game boards. Let me go back to where I want to go. So that's content. 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 So that's the content that it comes from, or at least the game board that it comes from. And we know that the ID is unique now, based on the actual unique instance ID of the prefab. So now we've got the content. It's an independent one. We've got new content now, which is all the sevens. Okay, so now we have content and we have something to mix it with. So it is #64 instance ID content ID get ID. That becomes the input ID. But we also do want to save the content ID here as well. So that solves one of the problems with the input box, or having the same ID. Okay, so now if we open up place test, nope, another one, just no, revert that, and then we do 2 of these, we make independent. So now that should, oh no, it's still not working. Well, it might be working. It is working with part of it. Okay, let's save that. When we actually do this, oh, where are we? We want input ID. So we'll just do this because this is what the input ID is. So that should be 2 separate IDs. They should have different IDs now for the input ID. There we go. That's 622, that's 5751. Right. So now when we're actually doing something with these intersection candidates, draw intersection candidate. For normal sprite content data. For grass. Okay, so who's calling this? Here. Otherwise, we're doing instance draw on an outline batch. So the draw needs, so this first has the input ID in with it as well. So a deep find instance ID. We need to deep find on a different ID now. So the first content ID is 0, it says there. Oh, it's the animated rig. We're only currently making this work for normal sprites. Content ID. So we need to actually pass on to so it needs to be deep find on content ID and instance ID, I think. And the same for that. So we're going to say if content get ID is not equal to content ID, return like that. There and there. Okay, so I can actually see now this ID is going to have to be made up of two things. So we're going to need like an instance ID as a type. So that's Focus content ID. Focus content instance ID. And that's first content ID, first instance ID. This works, we'll do that. We'll make the actual ID a 2U64 thing. Okay, so it's not finding it. Content ID, instance ID. No, hang on. Can't have early outs there, I don't think. Needs to be like that. Still not working. So the content ID we're looking for is 966. I believe. Yeah, 966. So it's this one. Nine six six, and the instance ID. What is the instance ID? Oh look. Wrong one, not wrong ID there. And there as well. Got some shadowing of variable names there. We did have, they were both called ID. Found it. There we go, that's fixed it. Right, so that's the way we have to do this then. Which means we need a type of a type so intersection candidate input, so it has ID and instance ID. Instance ID and content ID. So we're going to do struct instanced content ID. And then, so we want instance ID, content ID. Is that what we want? I think it is. I think it is. So type instanced content ID. Like that. So now if we just build this, it should spit out a load of compiler errors where we need to implement this. So draw brush instance properties. So here we need to know what content we're at as well. So we could do it here, we could have an instance content ID as well. Right, what I want to do is just check this in. I'm going to try this. Yeah, I think that is correct. Right. Okay, so this, wherever this is part of this now. So focused content. It's instance content ID. No, you can't default them. Alright. Return instance ID is equal to and content ID. What's the problem here then? Why is this not working? That is ID. Does have a Boolean operator overload. Maybe this is wrong. Actually wants a not equals for some reason. Left-handed operator. Oh, look, there we go. Instance content ID, instance content ID. Why is this having such a problem? There is not. It takes left-hand operator of const. Oh, it's because it's const. Silly. Okay, so this is content get ID, obviously now. So this is instanced content ID. And we'll have to, because of course, don't want to do the shadowing again. And that just checks that. Don't know if this is right, you know. Let's go back. I think we just want it on the intersection candidate. I think that's what it is. And then this also needs the content as well. are we doing here? That's fine, I think. That's fine. So deep finding, focus content. Instance content ID. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should have just kept it as 2. Maybe. So it would be, let's just go back. We'll get this design right for sure. It's just that basically. And then intersect content. So this actually needs the content to go through as well. There. And there. And it's instance ID, content ID, or whatever. Like this. Get ID. actually go away. Don't use that anymore. We don't use that. And we don't use that. And we don't use that. All right. So this is content ID. Okay. Different type of content. Refab content. Right then, let's see if that actually fixes this problem we're having now. So if we turn that one to Morningstar, they both turn to Morningstar. So yeah, that needs fixing. So the actual properties panel. Let's check the light as well first. The light is independent, which is good. Not damping on that one. Cloth is all independent. We are getting some negative int max for Z bias. So this so if we change the skin, it changes it on both, and that's not what I want to happen. Because it is the same instance essentially. So 958, but different content. Gonna sneeze. Ugh. Yeah, so maybe we do need. So where does this instance come from? Does a deep find. So this should work, I would say. So 2 instances, and they're both prefabs. So the content ID that we're looking for is 397. Where are we? Content. Instances. So 966. 397. So it's in the second one. So it's in this one. The instance ID we're looking for is 758. Three nine seven 758 for the instance ID. It's not there, I don't think. It is 758. Oh, it is there. I'm just looking at it wrong. Okay, so it does return it. So this is an independent instance. It's a content brush instance. So it should have independent skin. So let's have a look at the address of instance. C280. So this instance is 966. So it shouldn't be in here. It should be in here. Just a different, so 758, but it's a different content. It's a different prefab. Yeah. So we want content brush instances for data, the address of that 688. And now it's 2d8. So they are definitely two separate things. So why does changing one skin change both? Skin is not set there, so that's working. It's the property. When we apply it, maybe. So they must share the same rig. That's what it is. They share the same rig. So the content rig ID is BMNU ID. Yeah, so when we're actually doing the copy of the prefab, here, it's copying and not setting a new ID, which means animated rig needs a copy constructor, which sets a different ID. Um, Put the head off in a minute. That's annoying. So now we can't use this. So we need a constructor with the rig brush ID. Now we need a move as well. Um, Yeah, so if we copy it, it gives it a new ID. Right. Let's try this out then. If this works, I'm going to have to end the stream. Go and pick my daughter up from school. Okay. So let's revert. And then let's make independent. That didn't work for the animated rig. Revert. Revert. Let's see if this is actually getting called. Yes. So it is getting copied. I just can't select it. So I'm going to have to work on that next time. Right, that's me done for the day. So I'll be back tomorrow for another full day, starting at 9:30 in the morning. So see you.